Welcome to Illusion Fox Gaming. Let's get this party started here now. Just waiting to get logged in here. Okay. Now that you've recovered, Lucia would have a word with you. Are you well enough to make a report? Your report? To make a report about all that shit. This anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Does their depravity know no bounds? It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of ether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it. A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you return to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroid's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Lavalays, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Ishgridanian, and Lamensan delegations. They'll begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Ul'Dan, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Look here. This facility marked in red is the Insuladium, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophorod's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Intemperate are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. We can carry that material and carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Daniel and Xenos. How quickly... Daniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Xandi used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patens. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Let's see. Oh. I was like, that looks like an Odin? Fuck? The way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. I mean, her and Sadhu both. It's just like, really? Really? Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of Dotharl. Watch your tongue, fool. At least I feed it to the... lest I feed it to the crows. We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if any woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she'll bask in my glorious flame. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Oh, Sadu is just amazing. A little bloodthirsty, but... Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see. Yes, free of unnecessary encumbrances, if rather more susceptible to cold. Let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladium. We are to meet them there. We wait until the Temper's attention is drawn to our diversioning force, and we sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, we, Zayla, will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own way to the Enceladium. See you there. Harold, it's good to see you. We heard that you collapsed, but were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Linte's Tears will lead the way into the station. I'll join you soon. All aboard? This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Telophoroid's leaders. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish the Anima, we must seize it. As indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from Telophoroid's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer be it by Primal, Ossian, or anything else. Here, here, there's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do, together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. I has a new headset. Seeing how it works out. The Tower of Babel now accessible. The dungeon. Awesome. Okay, so now queued going. Placed 4 Centurions, 2 Berserkers. Okay. And off we go. No water, damn it. Awesome looking terrain. Maybe a little overly armored to just make it some sort of military train.
Now or never.
Not a very good military train. Too many unprotected spots. Hold the world? What the fuck? We stopped. There's no further going forward, so we must be in the basement of the tower. At least that's my best guess. Really diving into Final Fantasy IV for this. I don't remember how. Damn it. like you want to move. Or yeah, I want to be over here. I think you need to stop playing with magnets. The monster would be unappreciative of your efforts. Am I just not seeing a group over in the across from us, or is there just really no one there? Oh. Babel Rearguard and a Babel Colossus. Rabbit Marshall conditioning. So we got Rocket Man. That was actually probably one of Brendan Fraser's better movies. The one long forgotten to the history books. So purple makes you small, green makes you a frog. Arrive at the Iron Womb. And I really don't. I generally know absolutely nothing when it comes to sports ball. Got a friend who's really into college football, but It's not an improvement, so no need to roll greed or need on it. Definitely an interesting looking boss. What the hell am I supposed to do with this? So I've been pulled into another dimension. Well, our healer went down. Oh! Summoners can res again? He's pissed. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yay, player competitions.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Come. The other two await.
This madness ends here!
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Enough!
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
Some manner of magical defense?
Kryl? But how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Heidelin, feeble relic of a forgotten age. Hark! Victory is mine!
Not enough juice.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the tempered thralls. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate. Of course, Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman! You monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
So now we gotta find our way to the moon.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him. Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
Yeah, why do I have a feeling that that's not the way this is going to go?
The Tempered are running wild. Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Van Daniel said.
You're going alone?
Yeah, makes sense to me.
You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours.
No guarantees on that.
Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
If all the Tempered are affected, Julius and his comrades will likely put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them, we must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. Grahatia is pondering the technological marvel you have just beheld. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of elegant design, which leads me to think I was right about Van Daniel. Nor what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. Let us return to the task at hand. As Heidelin said, the flow of ether will transport you to Mare Lamentorum. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Van Daniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky.
long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal. The eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Ooh, fancy castle. So they called some sort of slime thing sweeper? I mean, I guess you could see it as a sweeper. Because, I mean, inevitably it would trap anything that it slid across. I return. I must return. Why? 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 Home. I want. I need. So the big fancy building. How are we breathing in space? I mean, they said it's cold and barren. I mean, does this moon hold enough gravity to actually have an atmosphere? If so, should we not have some sort of plant life of some sort? I mean, there is life. I mean, we can see it. It's weird life, but I mean, still, with enough time and things would diversify and adapt and. Doors don't open. Those ones don't open either. So are those individuals? Are those just data banks of memories? Are these just books? Ah, you're forgiven. Well, that doesn't seem the case any longer. So 5 were destroyed. Oh, 5 of 6. Repaired 1. That's the right thing to do, then sure, but the Watcher would have you deal with the specters haunting the moon. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word, simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Where the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. Well, we'll do what we can. Whee! I love the fact there's no fall damage in this game. That was one of the things that actually attracted me to playing it. Where? When? How long? Was it truly so long ago? We were happy, at peace with the star. We nurtured it, helped it grow, with all our will, our creations. We were the stars beating hard. Every soul a drop of blood were flowing through its veins. To live, to learn, to create, to make better, the star flourished, as did we. Do you remember? As the whispers die, the final spirit fades, no shadows of time long lost remain around the drowning brand. So there's a space dog. Pretty looking space dog. Better than any of Callus's space puppers. Although his space puppers are more meant to be scary and frightening and guard dogs. Must be a big fishing spot. Must do something important be there. Way too many people fishing in one spot for there not to be. We and the star were fulfilled. Mourn for naught, mourned for naught. So why did it have to end? Injustice of duties and dreams left unfulfilled. The grief of unexpected partings. Such as swift as darkness, cold as ash. Such tragedy, yet no catharsis. Whatever those are, I can't get a good look of. They kind of make me think of Gumby. Again, something that maybe a lot of people nowadays just don't know. Well, maybe Gumby meets the strange alien things towards the end of Bloodborne. Meant for us to have what? It's complicated. Very like him. Zetsu. That can't be good. Something has raised the illustrious dog's hackles. The dog growls agitated. Certainly. Ride to save the day, we must, my trusty companion. Bound across the sky.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac! Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance. But powerful, oh so powerful, more so with every passing moment. Such potential, even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand. You know my intent. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece? I promise I will be brief. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it. Such lofty aspirations. And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction. Wrong, 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 wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
Well, I mean, depending on how you look at it, it still is.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command.
Nah, no, we have anything to say about it.
I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos. But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
So now I gotta go teach this guy a lesson. Just a few moments here. Okay. Are we inside the moon? It looks like we might be inside the moon. Take your misses.
Here we go.
Thank you for that follow there, Mediated Emu. How are you? While we're waiting, we should draw a card to put in the scrapbook for Emu's follow. So, for Emu's follow, we got Saizo from Soul Hackers 2. I picked up that game and it came with a couple of collectible cards that I dropped into the current stuff we've got out. It goes good. I'm sorry that you're getting stomped in the new raid tier. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough. I myself currently don't do a lot of raiding, but do want to get into it at some point. Or at least try it on 14. Used to do a lot of raiding way back in the day on Lord of the Rings Online and Dungeons and Dragons Online back in college. But then I remember I just skipped over those. I do some raiding here and there nowadays in Destiny 2.
establishing connection. All creation shall bend to my will. The end has come, and it will be beautiful.
No, I didn't. Like the people I'd normally like to go raiding with, have been busy, and so I didn't take the time off from work, which usually for any kind of big raid like that, I'd prefer to have the whole weekend free to just devote to that. Especially considering the fact that I've never played Destiny 1, so I have no experience with King's Fall whatsoever.
Malice, become flesh!
I do plan on trying to put together a team for it here this weekend and try to... or join a team and beat King's Fall here this weekend. Now, my first attempt at ever doing a day one raid in anything was...
Will you live to see the end?
Was spending some time in Val the Disciple. That was pain.
Soon my hold of a Zodiac shall be complete!
Okay, thank you for the lurk. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future.
All mine!
Again, thank you for the follow. I'm going to throw up my Discord here real quick while we're in this cutscene. If you want to join that and keep up on what all we do here.
At last, I am become Zodiac.
Just remember to accept the rules to get full access to everything, and if there's particular roles you want, there's a thread for that in there as well.
The natural order overturned.
Wait, yeah, I went over here.
All in existence, bent to my will.
No. I refuse.
My life's work, my masterpiece.
Smash your fists all you want. Get out of the floor of doom.
How I've waited for this day.
Something's happening. Oh. Okay. There we go.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Still good.
great cataclysm, faithfully recreated. From broken skies fall tears of flame. All shall burn. Will you live to see the end?
Well, I lived where some of my comrades didn't. Does that count for anything? Probably not, but... because I'm still trash. Or no, actually, we're fine right here. Or no, we're not.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Shit, I didn't see where they were turning. I'm crap. I was trying to stay on target.
Will you live to see the end?
Sometimes I have spatial awareness, sometimes I don't.
I have no need for restraint.
Right about here, I think, should be good.
All in existence, bent to my will.
Yep, still good.
Will you live to see the end?
Better question, are you? You've seen what the Warrior of Light can do over and over again. And you still came up with this cockamamie plan.
Will you live to see the end?
Certainly going to try. Ah! No! Shit! I failed. I didn't. I got knocked off the edge. At least I wasn't the only one.
All in existence, bent to my will. Will you live to see the end?
So that's twice we've died here.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Apparently. It's rather disappointing. Ah, so we didn't actually kill Zodiark.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory. From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiac. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. 'Twould have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you live to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let your murder mark the beginning of the end. The coming of the final days!
How quickly strength fades, and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I sneer.
Yeah, that's because you're a dick.
All shall return to nothingness. As was your will, Emperor Zande. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
Just a wee bit obsessed. Oh, there from I was thinking Kingdom Hearts. Having one of the heart doorways or something right there.
Ah. At last.
Yes, we did. Xenos is my guess. It's like, dude, I don't have time for your bullshit.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day. Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me. I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage. For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair. We shall see.
Okay. I sense his presence on the moon no longer. If you need not follow, then I beg you stay and listen to what I have to tell you. Of Zodiark and the end of all things. In Shadow's wake. Before we speak at length, I believe a change of surrounds is in order. I have more than ill tidings to share, you see. I sensed others arriving not long ago. Though my communions with Heidelin have grown infrequent, I have learned enough from her to know these are your comrades. And as luck would have it, they have already reached my abode. Come, let us join them. The big fancy blue tower in the middle of, well, nowhere. It's kind of nice having just finished our playthrough of Final Fantasy IV here not long ago, and then all these references that we're dealing with to Final Fantasy IV. Honestly, I kind of expect, and I better not be disappointed, that some of the side quests here in this region will be somewhat Star Wars related in a sense, like Star Wars parodies and such. Thank goodness you are unharmed. We did what we could to subdue the tempered before making our way here. Not without casualties, unfortunately. Some few detonate explosives, killing themselves and others. The contingent's healers have had their hands full tending to the injured and enthralled when we took our leave. Lest you wonder, Mrs. Cryle hath also been delivered unto their care. Serving as a conduit for Heidel's power hath taken its toll, but she will recover in due course. As for Alphino and Alice, they insisted on remaining in Garlemald while we three rushed to your aid. It appears, however, that matters here have already come to a conclusion. But what manner of conclusion, if I might ask? And is this the ally whom Heidelin bade you seek out? He is not unlike the shades of Amarat. Not unlike, perhaps, but not the same. I was created by Heidelin together with this place. It has ever been my duty to keep vigil over Zodiark, or rather, it was my duty. Then Zodiark is no more? Are you alright? No, I'd say probably not. Please do. You need not exert yourself on our account. These crystals contain records of your time here, yes? May we peruse them while we wait? I mean, I love to read, but you're volunteering me to go read. Do you understand? I will go do such and never come back. I will be still up there days later. Well, I mean, so long as someone brings me food and water, I would still be up. Or what would more likely happen is it's like, oh, can you go start up there? I'd start walking, and some like title would catch my eyes. Like, okay, I'm here now. Loporits. Did you learn anything of import? So does as we suspected. Maintaining the brains requires a great deal of energy and focus, and this cost has grown higher with every rejoining. That would explain why contact with her has become rather infrequent since the seventh Umbral Calamity. I too made a rather startling discovery. This heavenly body we now know to be the moon was in fact created by Heidelin. When the Watcher said he was created together with this place, I thought he only meant the facility. Truly, Hyland's powers are far beyond anything I could have imagined.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment. But perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before, and comes now again. Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
Well, we're going to need that.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god's could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Fancy.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
And she is born from another half of the remaining population. Excuse me.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that.
You do you?
Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
Okay.
Yes, but what is it?
Oh, you stop interrupting, we'll probably find out. They just saying the words backwards? Is that how they're doing that? No, not quite. There's some that have just been way too short for that purpose. At long last, the Watcher is ready to fulfill his final duty. The time has come for you to be on your way. The crater at the heart of Mare Lematorum, where Zodiac was imprisoned, is not so easily traversed, however. Let us call upon Argos, the familiar whom you met earlier. He should have no trouble bearing you across. As Hydaelyn created me as the jailer, so too did she create Argos as the guard. It is his nature to appear when needed, and yet he is nowhere to be found. Strange. Mayhap the imbalancing of ether has affected him. Let us make for the crushing brand, and attempt to call upon him there. You need but recall the path you walked with Argus before, and you will find your way. If he labors in service to Hydaelyn's plans, I see no reason not to do as he suggests. Shall we make for this crushing brand, then? Yeah, but like the Traveler in Destiny 2, I've not always fully trusted Hydaelyn. Just like I'm kind of more along the lines with the Drifter in Destiny 2, and it's just like, he's even told us there are many, many other powers out there. And don't trust the Traveler, and don't trust the Nye. So, relying on Hydaelyn alone for everything, just kind of like, yeah, that seems like a bad idea. Now, I mean, I get what the Ascians were trying to do. Was it a good idea? I do not think so. But I mean, I at least understand the thought process. Hi, Gumby. Ah, the place we seek is just ahead at the Chlorophosgrat. You see, Argos cannot manifest without sufficient concentrations of ambient ether. You'd be hard-pressed to find greater confluence than inside this cavern. Follow me. Not interested in your guys' particular brands of bullshit. Is either some type of coral or some type of fungus? Yes, here will do nicely. The lunar fungi draw ether from the ground, which is then dispersed in the air. At present, however, the ambient energies are not quite sufficient for Argos to manifest. Might you be willing to spare some of your own to help the fungi along? Argus manifests in a flash. He seems glad to see you again. Most fascinating creation of Hydaelyn's. Would you not agree? Should the need arise, he's even able to create reflections of himself on a whim. Though I assure you it was no reflection which accompanied you earlier to the brand. No, Argus was quite eager to be at your side then, as he is now, it seems. I cannot recall when last he showed such an affinity for anyone. Indeed, I thought him more likely to shy away from you and your companions. Perhaps it was more of sensitivity that compelled him to aid you before. As for your companions, unexpected but greatly appreciated. Anyone else notice a similar hair braid style to Menphilia? Let us return outside that you may cross the chasm. Your destination is a structure there across the Cradle of Darkness. But climb onto Argos' back and he'll take care of the rest. Once you arrive, it should not take long to find the ship's crew. The facility is designed to rouse them from their slumber in the event of Zodiark's destruction. Heed their counsel. Together you may guide the star and its people to a kinder fate. This is where we part ways, but know that I shall ever be watching and praying for your success. Our allies' assurances notwithstanding, we cannot be certain what awaits us on the other side. So perhaps it would be best if we did not all go at once. I propose the two of us cross first, while Tancred and Oranger wait here. Onward! A malefic ether yet permeates from the crater, remnants of Zodiark most likely. Just a little further. The structure is enormous, though that is hardly surprising in the size of the average Amaratan. Apologies for the wait. Right then, let us head inside. And oh! Most intriguing. A means by which he can serve with energy, mayhap? Well, I certainly wouldn't want him to blink out of existence on our account, helpful as he's been. If Argos is to remain without, let us not keep him waiting over long. Jesus. Even for the Amaratine, this place is ginormous.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
Dun, 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 dun. Preheat the air fryer. Get dinner in. Sleepy bunny. right now because I keep wanting to play Red Dragon
lively,
Inn.
everyone.
I just keep picturing Pookie.
I know. This 1,243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance. For Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose: to bear the people of Etheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends.
Has such a cute
We must
voice.
be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Etheris. Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
Tis a rather curious crew she hath chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
Perhaps.
One moment. Okay, thank you for waiting. So, I made a mistake. In my haste to start preheating my air fryer, I forgot to check to make sure that I took the, because I use liners to try and make cleanup a little easier. I forgot to remove the liner from the last time I used it last night, and so I nearly caught my kitchen on fire. I mean, it didn't actually catch fire, but it was. I could smell something was wrong. It's like, that. A hairy situation. Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he is still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. They must be the Loperates mentioned in the Watcher's records. Not what I expected, but the Watcher did bid us heed their counsel. I assume the one who gave that rousing speech was their leader, though we might have to ask about in order to track them down. Come on then, let us be about it. This one here. And then down below me. Leader of the crew? Not me, I'm afraid. Singing Way's the name. I'm in charge of construction and maintenance of the atmospheric circulation system. Only the crispest, cleanest air for the people of Aetheris, and that's a promise. Well, thank you. Sure, all the people were very pleased with that. While I'm thinking about it, can I attune to this Aetherite right here? Otherwise, I'll forget. And that wouldn't be good. Leader? No, sleeping away my job is perhaps I better ask. No, that's not good if you don't even know what your own job is. But then again, in every crew there is that person, so maybe that's by design? That they don't know what their job is? What? How in the... When did you get here? Who let you in? Why wasn't I told? Me? Oh yes, of course. As the only one around here capable of doing anything properly, it falls to me to take charge of the others. Well, well, looks like you beat us here. Your friends, I take it. Is this all of them? A group comprised entirely of children? What must their parents be thinking? This isn't a nursery after all, though perhaps we should build one, or did we build one already? No matter, you needn't worry, your pretty little heads. All will be well, I promise. But goodness me, you shouldn't be standing about gawping. I must take you to meet the others. Think there's been some misconceptions about a few many details. If you could run along back toward the entrance, you'll find a path that leads to the central platform on the upper floor. There's no wrong way to reach it, but it's the large glowing ball at the center if you should find yourselves lost. I shall gather the others and meet you there. Well then, back to the upper floor it is. I was like, are they still following? No, they did not.
Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Lotharites, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Atheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Were they voiced by the same person? I mean, maybe
Pleasure
not,
to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Atheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations. Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further.
Wait a minute, is this the charge that...
Your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Atheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold. And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim. Which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems.
Propulsive?
We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Heidelin. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers. We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women. And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon? Heidelin herself led you here. You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher? Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization.
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Atheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it? Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
That was funny. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people, and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us and all their terrible grandeur, so it is imperative that we must be prepared to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address it we shall. Here at Bestways Borough, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced myriad amenities we understand to be essential for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinions on them. I'm sure you've all worked up an appetite, so why don't we start with the foodstuffs? Meet me at the Caratorium and we'll see about filling your bellies. Caratorium? So this is going to be a bunch of rabbit puns. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of Aetherus rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more of the Loporrits and this vessel. Cool. Landed on top of the house. That would have been disturbing to whoever was if anyone was living in there. Wait a minute. I think you guys have screwed up. There shouldn't be stuff like that. Welcome to Caratorium. Here we create prototypes of the various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production, Cooking Way. Pleasure to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we received. Why I've practically worn the words from those invaluable pages. Naturally, we've also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up. And we're all quite famished. Hop along the platforms here and you'll find a storage unit full to bursting with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Yeah, you guys going to need to fix those steps to be more accessible for people. And no way is that handicap accessible. None. Now, maybe you can put some sort of like elevator technology in or something. And is that just a giant crate of different colored carrots? Yep, rainbow colored assortment of carrots. Well, there's no particular smell to speak of. The yellow variant is unusually light and springy. Why not? We'll go with that one. So, it didn't matter which one you chose, my guess, because he just went to being just regular carrot. So, did any of your selections set your mouth to watering? Oh yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Pleased to get them. I'm eager to hear what you think. Righteous confidence surges within you, asserting that you are the center of the universe, and all creation is a story, and you are the star. Beloved and perfect and special, a god worthy of worship and prayer. At the very least, a second roll should the dice treat you poorly. So, in other words, the carrots get you high. What do you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The lucky carrot is, well, to be honest, we're not quite sure how it was first made. A happy accident, you might say, but as the name suggests, after eating one, you feel blessed with good fortune. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, dream carrots to help with sleep. So you see, we have a carrot for every occasion. You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Worry not, we have pureed versions on hand if you haven't the time to chew. I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not aught else? If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Aetheris? Surely you are aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you could emulate. Of course we are, but, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first, so imagine our surprise when they sent a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been at a loss where to begin. So we decided rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of middling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it'd be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's well and good, but man cannot live on raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare the carrots in other ways. But our primary concern was efficiency, and that's what's more efficient than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production. A rather strange approach to take for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. In first grade, we were all named in the old tongue. You know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks? After we received a great tome of words, a dictionary that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present continuous verb conjugations, just the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given tasks and used them to form new names. Aren't they helpful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Wherefore dost thou deem such a change necessary? When the rest of your people arrive, we want to be certain they understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, such as they are, were helpful to you. Though if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetheris as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Till such a day when I pray comes sooner than later, it would appear there is not but carrots on the menu. Yeah, that needs to be fixed. I mean, I don't mind carrots here and there, but definitely need more than that. Livingway is eager to show you more of the moon's wonders. I think we've had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Why am I going to think that no, I'm not going to be very surprised and rather underwhelmed? Go beep it yourself. I was hoping I could jump over onto the roof of that building. Sadly not, but it was worth the attempt. Oh, and congrats on Goosey for winning our Siberia 3 kit we were giving away in our Discord. I will be posting up at least sometime either tonight or tomorrow a giveaway for Dead in Finland for a Steam code. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Heidelin, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with the self-same affinity for magic her people possessed. We have other amazing talents, of course. I know you're dying to hear about them, but I will regale you with the details another time. That said, we did run into a spot of trouble at first. Our magic alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with the extra vis we needed. My, how resourceful. Ah, the sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we've read all about your habit of changing attire to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume this has been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourselves known to the workers and they will see to the rest. Ah, it's you, one of the visitors from Aetheris. Goodness me, Mapping Wheel wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Oh right, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What do you have for me fashion for you today? Fashionable, right. This will only take a moment. Not fashionable at all. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. I'll be honest, I know nothing of fashion, let alone fashion in Aetheris, but I'd wager no one down there has ever worn anything like this fine ensemble. Perhaps you can start a new trend? Would you look at that, speechless, and there I thought you may not like it. If you have a mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'd be happy to oblige. Look elsewhere. Ah, no. No one said you'd come. Or how can I help you? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course, it'd be my honor. Did you have anything in mind? I think I can know that. Let's see. This should do. Okay. That's something, to say the least. Some of my best work yet. I take my work seriously, however, and I'm never one to disappoint. That ensemble a blend of concepts from myriad professions, all-purpose attire for the modern woman of Aetheris. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to the proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what we've come up with. I mean, it's really kind of sad actually when you think about it. That's just like they put all this work into being ready for this situation, and then here we're coming in and just fucking everything that they've had set up. And we're not doing it with time to spare. It's nope. It's now or never, and here we are ruining the best laid plans of rabbits and men. Why don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but I know quality work when I see it. You needn't speak. I can see your adoration for the moon. Wheel operates in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creations. Sorry to have kept you waiting. They insisted we sample all their concepts ere we returned. Verily, it is an ensemble most becoming. Well, maybe for you, because that's your normal style, but everyone else... I think it's past time we return these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet with your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us that in his time everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern taste by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but... Please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people of Aetheris, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others who choose her choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their potential preferences. I fear we've underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we'd memorized every tome we received, I doubt we'd have fared much better. Maybe we are doing you a disservice trying to shower you with our baubles and frippery, thinking it was for your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length even when they know they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask you a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflections of the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and the salvation of the people on the star. And that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than to divide our efforts across 14 and risk failing them all. I suppose you're right. Anyway, might we have leave to explore the best ways burrow unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why, certainly. Until later, then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Just a moment here. My apologies, I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's talking about the visitors come from Aetheris, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. What if the people of Aetheris refuse to come? What if we can't save them? Say we've made a mess of things. Oh, but wait. You still haven't visited the domiciles. Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting for you by the teleport near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. You're here. You're really here. Thank you so much. Sorry, what should I call you? Illusion Fox, eh? Cracky, even your names are amazing. Well, Illusion, we'll be using this teleport to enter the residential area whenever you're ready.
Ready in the teleporter. says the living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
It's like, well, shit.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side.
No, it is not.
The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on the Theris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask, yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I'm terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleport to allow travel between floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. Shame you couldn't see it though. You really would have liked it. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this far longer than I'd care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have a long discussion about how to save as many of you as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. Nothing we all agreed upon was that the people of Aetheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we're striving to make the moon a vibrant, magical place they'd hop at the chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. I've already had a look around the Caratorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the end of the east end of the borough. Follow me. Good, you're here. Through this door is Greatest End's Vale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain this way? And sadly, this place is all wrong too. So what do you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? So it's a giant rock garden. Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs styling the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in the forest in Aetheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I have nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. It's not too much to ask. It's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we maybe... You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. What? No, no, no. I'm not sure what it is to do with crystals and etherists that we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Heidelin's influence being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them. For example, put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this is all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. Ah, so that's why there's a lack of flora on the surface. Got it. I was thinking that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little more about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidelin gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidelin shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need for 4,000 years to make all this? Certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was a brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt. And that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetheris, the Allegan's mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. Can't tell you how relieved we were when Hyla informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive crystals and not trees? I'll give you hints. The golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill its real similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather a close approximation of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion systems and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago. And with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which is all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidelin. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people in Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Heidelin would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens, and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you'd like the greatest ends Vale, I knew it. Thank you again for coming here. By the way, I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the Grand Tour. A shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? Yeah, quite a bit, actually. They spent 12,000 years preparing for this? With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology... What's more... What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would really come to terms with... What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would... who would rarely come to terms with living in such surroundings. Sorry. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities, or means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, my friends, but I must beg your leave. There's another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, this will not be necessary if you'll excuse me. It is clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Aetheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reticence. By now, Thingrid can tell when his friends are up to something. Did Orange seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean? I knew he was a pincher for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's alright? Ishol and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him? Some mashed potatoes and some popcorn shrimp. Such a wonderfully healthy dinner. But it's not healthy, but it is tasty, to say the least. What is Orange up to now? Hey, Argus. Final Fantasy XIV's version of don't be suspicious. Hide behind rocks.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Livingway, I presume?
Some of it.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity? I am not alone in my discomfort, then? 'Tis surprising, though perhaps not. We Scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
I don't like the sounds of that. There we go. Much better. Full belly and all that now. In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of my own. A plan which may prove a way forward for us all. May I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I said alone that failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thee amity, so I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor? I mean, I'd like to know more about what your endeavor is first, but okay. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan in truth. We should not be long away from Bestway's burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I have nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loporrits, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. An abundance of fungi, excellent. I chanced to spy the segregation when crossing Zodiark's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Nommo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requires considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Imagining to every ounce of the efficacy as the crafted by the Numo. Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but it is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting project is admittedly possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Lupperits will appreciate. Oh, thank goodness, I thought you had been eaten or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Ishul has been looking all over for you. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent, dire even. She was quite clear that she wishes to speak with Illusion alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, Orange. Worry not, just so happens we need your help with an errand, delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway's Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Lopperits, and we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. No, that won't be necessary. Orange's help should more than suffice. And I'm sure you don't want to risk getting on Ishtola's bad side by keeping her waiting. She seems prickly. No, off with you. Worry not, I shan't be long. Why am I doing that? Be faster, just do this. And I teleport to the wrong one. That's just like me. Oh, we thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency, I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. Problem, however, is that he's determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anywhere he was likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice, and no, well, if it's really that important. We can try using these balls of mouse flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Runaways' other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. When you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but if it proves effective, he was here in the greatest Innsvale when last I saw him. Let's split up and find him. Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of mouse flesh? I am highly knowledgeable about the final days? That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Hyland did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other lopbird around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I have work to do. And I'm off. Livingway's cuteness is wearing thin. I couldn't find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. Afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Orange? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growingway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Orange a hand. Well, now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. I say we stick with going to go follow after Orange. Growingway is fidgeting with nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do? I promised Livingway I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Loperates are up to something, but if there is aught to be learned of the final days, I think it best we play along for now at least. Oh my, you're upstairs. The archives is right through the store, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing way, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be perfect paradise for the people of Ethris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We'd hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential. So you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Way's game. That's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Orange. He understands what's at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us. Going away, never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Ethris and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Ethris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let's reconvene where Argos awaits outside. Oh, I have to fight the sweet little guys. Sorry, guys, but I understand the need for this, but there has to be other ways. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Oriange.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
They're sending you back on your own.
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Atheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Heideland's love for Atheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Atheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
Pudding Way?
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort.
Yeah.
To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Ooh. Flower change colors again.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
You're all good.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Charleyan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
Because it's what makes the most sense
The
to
more
the
I
story.
heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Twas a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It'll be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, and all our fellow scions. When next I return to Aetheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. You're not the one I wanted to click on. Returning home. Your excursion on the moon concluded, Ishtul is keen to return to Aetheris. If Loporit's in RNJ's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let's return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back, but we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies for the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course, but the heads of state of every nation must know that what we've learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, the Camp Broken Glass. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might we tell us what became of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who are already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not at all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alice's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions on the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksy affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after their transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain along with a small force and continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here, so what of the Moon and the Telaforoi? The final days, gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course, I will send word forthwith. We also release your fellow Scions from the present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Kryl, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldesian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way, then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood, he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. Aye, you're the only foe he considers worthy. And even my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and his continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viatar Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not, but his bloodlust keep him company. Better that than an armor to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you a safe passage back to Charlian. Wrong way. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Welcome back. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it's plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Hydaelyn called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew that once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's wariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this, though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I'm curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let's reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Orange be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Illusion can explain why better than I. The final days as befell Amarat. And we are to escape via the moon. What are the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing, but it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amaratines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There is so much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amaratines' creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Loperates in secret all this time, there's surely more they can tell us. Forget the interruptions, but I have urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice.
Sure you do.
This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret.
Because you guys have to have your secrets.
What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth
A gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Njunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave. Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done.
Well, I mean,
That we
technically,
can
in a sense,
still
you've
do.
actually caused this.
We're not children in need of protection. Hold
To a
fast
certain
to your
extent, that
principles
is to
and let
say.
the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
You could see it in...
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Protesting the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val, the realization that running, the mixture of relief and regret after why me. I asked myself, why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together, and who knows? Maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. A visitor has come knocking at our door. Whoever could it be? None of the above.
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly.
Yes,
in your
yes, it
recent
did.
battle on the Moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiark. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul?
I've got a friend who'd say yes, they have.
Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well. May the shadows keep you.
If I knew there was going to be that kind of scene, I would have worn something a little more comfortable than armor.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Who are you? And what new nonsense is starting up?
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
The start of a zombie apocalypse.
Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Because it is. Okay. With that, we'll call it a night. Let's take a look and see who's out there to raid. Let's go with Motley Pirate. They're just kicking up their stream, so means they'll probably be going for a while. When we move over, go ahead and copy and paste this message into the chat. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us here this evening for all the fun and all that. We'll be back tomorrow night. Should be Stardew Valley multiplayer tomorrow night. Till then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Rest of your evening.